Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. We do have a mic set up today. Should be good. Bring this a little closer. If you guys can hear me, I hope it is good. Today is 9/11. We'll get more into that in the government and watch a video. But just remember, just in your thoughts today, right? Things that we should be thankful for, especially as Americans, all the people that died that day, and families that were affected for the rest of their lifetime. But just to remember the sacrifice that our country made that day. It's all very important, and it's a lot of, certainly as Christians or Bible-believing people, that's a lot of maybe possible lost souls because of it. They didn't have that chance. That day they woke up thinking they were just going to be working and doing their daily routine another day, just like we are here today. So just remember, keep that in your thoughts, that every day is special. Although it might be routine and you're doing the same thing over and over, it is very special, and we should be grateful and thankful for each and every day God gives us. Today, I'm not going to be very hard or long. We're just going into a little review. We'll review our verse for next week. You will turn in your homework to the monitor there, Mr. Larson. I'll check that when I get down there after the class. I'll give you 10 minutes to work on your study booklet, and then we're going to review for our quiz. Remember, we're having a quiz every week on Friday, and then we're having a verse quiz every week on Thursday, and then our booklet will be due every week on Thursday as well. So that's just what we're doing today. We're going to review our verse here in a short moment, and then I'll give you your 10 minutes to work on your study booklets. Remember, take your time, highlight, underline things, put some work into it. Don't just rush through it. And then we'll review for our quiz. That'll be next Friday, over what we have so far, kind of maybe what will be on it, how it will be structured, and we'll review more as it gets closer. And then maybe just give us a challenge for today. But what I'd like to do, so starting this week, okay, it's Friday, we'll probably starting off class, certainly especially Bible class, with a word of prayer at the beginning. But what I want to do every week on Friday is for you guys, whether it's on a sheet of paper, on a 3x5 card, sticky note, whatever you have, rip a piece of a paper off. You don't have to put your name or anything, but if you ever have anything specific that you want to pray for or want us to pray for in class on Fridays, if you want to turn that in, whether while I'm down there, or you could turn it in before, maybe on Thursday, just lay it on the desk after class is done, and then I'll grab them, and then Friday we'll pray for them together as a class. We do really care, us teachers here at CCS, about your guys' lives, whether you're having struggles or school, it's kind of hard for you starting up, you don't know what your future may be with college or something of the sort, work is hard to find if you're trying to find a job, anything like that, just let us know, and we want to be there for you. But again, as I'm going to try to start doing more often, that was on me to try to pray at the beginning of every class. So we're going to pray real quick, and then we'll get into our short review and everything today. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for everyone that is here this week and all the new faces and names. I got to learn. I'm still trying to learn, Lord, but please help us to be able to have a great year here at CCS, Lord, for us just to be able to lift your name up, also while we get to educate ourselves and learn and make ourselves better so we can glorify you more. Please help our day today for us to be able to remember and acknowledge and have a thankfulness about our day today, about 9/11, for all the lives that died that day, and all the possible lost souls. Please help us to just be conscious, Lord, as we're learning about you, how you served, how you were a servant, but yet a king. Please help us to just remember that you are still king, Lord. But please help us also remember you are a servant, for us to be willing and ready to serve others when they need it. Please help our day today in Bible and for the whole school day as we finish our first week here at school. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, again, so we're going to review our verse. I know I'm not in there, but if you want to pull out your Bible or pull out your homework with your verses written down, which was supposed to be done, if you have that done, please turn that in to Mr. Larson at this time. You cannot work on it now and turn it in. I want you turning it in right now. That was your responsibility to get that done. Should have been an easy 100. Hopefully you remembered. But you're supposed to write Romans 15:4 4 times. You're supposed to write it 4 times. And that shouldn't have been too hard. Easy homework assignment, easy 100. But turn those in right now. If you don't turn it in right now, try to turn it in later. You will not receive full credit. Again, I am not down there, so I have to trust you, and hopefully Mr. Larson can help me out with that. But turn that homework in. Then pull out your Bibles and pull up the verse if you don't know it by heart already. And we're just going to recite it together today a couple times. Romans 15:4. Give you guys a little time to turn that in and pull out your Bibles. Romans 15:4. Again, we'll have a verse quiz over this next Thursday when our booklet is due. Next Thursday, Romans 15:4. Just that one verse. Romans 15:4 says this. You can say it out loud with me, or you can just read along. We will have to know it. It says, "For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we through patience and comfort of the Scriptures might have hope." Okay? We're just going to go through it a couple times. For whatsoever things were written aforetime, or before, right? Kind of like history. It was written aforetime, before, for us. Were written for our learning, that we, through patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. Hopefully you're reviewing that, and hopefully writing that down helped you some. We'll still probably write a couple more times in the next week before we have that. But again, that's due Thursday. Whether it's fill in the blank or it's just a blank sheet of paper and you have to write the whole verse, just be ready for that. Be studying it just a little bit every day, whether it's just going over it a couple times, practicing for a couple minutes. Try to get that down. Not only for the verse quiz, but also it's just a good verse to know. That we have access, that things were written for us to learn. They were written for us before time. The Bible is before our time, and for us to learn. And if we have patience, we will have comfort and hope in Jesus Christ. But all right, just to do some review, if you want to pull out your notes you have so you can add to them, pull up our slides. Sorry, it's loading up real quick. Gotta plug it in. There we go. All right, we started with the introduction to the Gospel of John. We first talked about the place of John in the New Testament. Is one of the 4 Gospels, right? It's one of the 4 Gospels. First, we talked about all the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the differences we'll talk about later. But then we covered what the Gospel is. It's one of the 4 Gospels, but what is the Gospel? Gospel means good news. It means good news. The Gospel is God's good news concerning the death, the burial, and the resurrection. And we covered 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4 to show us that. But again, the good news concern the death, the burial, and the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. Again, we went over, we moved on and we went over exactly what John, sorry, the word is lost in my mind. Some facts about the book of John. We have the place of John, right? Again, it is one of the 4 Gospels, but it was also one of the longest books of the New Testament. Now remember, it's not the longest book of the New Testament. It's one of the longest books in the New Testament. Do you guys remember what the books that were longer than the book of John were? You can say it out loud. Obviously, I'm not in here or can hear you, but you can just say it out loud there in your seat. We had 4 of them. We had Matthew is longer, Luke is longer, Acts, and then Revelation. Now remember, John has more words and verses than Revelation, but Revelation is still longer. Then after we talked about it was one of the longest books of the New Testament, then we talked about how it was the best loved books of the New Testament. It was the best loved books in the New Testament. And there's a lot of famous verses we had that can go with that. John 1:12, John 3:16, John 3:36, John 5:24. Just a lot of verses that we probably heard of before that are some great notes. Next, we went to the contents of John. The differences between all the other Gospels, between John and the other Gospels. And you guys have a chart there with that. But we talked about the difference between the other Gospels and John, right? So the topics that are different, they're different in how they portray Christ. They're different in the prominent words. They have a different audience, right? Each one's written to a different audience. And then it has a different emphasis in outstanding sections. And then it has different basic characteristics. Now skip ahead a little bit to that chart. These are things we're going to need to know for that quiz next week. So if you want to just make sure, again, just spend a couple minutes, maybe every day. And then once it comes up, you guys should be ready for that quiz. It won't be too hard, but you will have to know, especially this chart. Not the full thing, but it might say, hey, match, or hey, fill in the blank, which book talked about, or which book portrayed Christ as servant. And you'll have to know it's the book of Mark. So you'll just want to be familiar with all those, what the 5 categories are that makes them different, and then what their differences are in that. So going back, we talked about, after the differences, we got into what synoptic means. We said synoptic gospels, what did it mean? Matthew, Mark, and Luke are considerably different from John, as we saw. In fact, they're so much alike that they are called the synoptic gospels. Synoptic meaning alike, or to see. They're together alike, to see alike, to see the same thing. That is what synoptic means. You'll want to know that, so make sure you have that written down. And then we just moved on a little bit. Who is this great king? Again, Matthew reveals Christ as king. And then Mark reveals him as the great servant. And then Luke, remember, he was a doctor, so he always referred things or emphasized the life and death. So he referenced Christ as man. He showed how he had humanity, the life and death of Christ. There's some unique characteristics of John, right? John emphasizes evangelism. Okay, these are some things we're going to go over next week. But unique characteristics of John is John emphasizes evangelism. John records only 7 miracles. And John focuses on Judea rather than on Galilee. Those are things we're going to get into more next week, all the different characteristics of John. But again, those are just some things we were going to have on that quiz. But at this time, we reviewed our verse. Make sure you keep on reviewing that yourself. Reviewed a little bit of the notes we've gone through so far, but at this time you're going to get that 10 minutes. Again, work diligently, but don't rush. This is for you to not only finish and get a great assignment, but for you to be able to learn and maybe get something from it. So at this time, we're going to let you work on that for about 10 minutes. I'll set a timer, and I will be back shortly. For the rest of the class, we're not going to be doing much, so I'll give you your homework, and we will be done for that today. All right, do that work right now. Work diligently. Please no talking or working on other things. Hopefully you've already turned in your homework by now. If not, it is your last chance right now. Turn that in. You cannot turn it in once I get down there. I want it turned in already, knowing that you've finished it and not working on it now. Those who are distant learning, if you're tuned in, Christian, just make sure you either you make sure you have it at least, not this Friday, but next Friday when you'll turn everything in, do this week and next week. But also, if you want to send me a picture just so I know you have it done, I enter a grade now. But make sure you always keep that hard copy and turn whatever is assigned, not this Friday, but next Friday, and then next Friday it'll be every Friday after that, whoever is distant learning in this class. All right, work on that for about 10 minutes, and I will be back shortly. All right. I hope you're able to get a lot of that done. Again, so I know this time it's a lot of time, so you're probably gonna finish the booklet. Like next week, we're gonna have still some time to work on booklet. I won't give you as long because you're probably almost done, if not done already. But usually, obviously not next week. We extended that first section, first lesson, chapter like unit lesson number 1, because it's first week of school, getting back into things. But then not next week, but the week after. Every week we're going to be getting through or trying to get through a whole lesson. So like lesson 2, and we'll have our lessons, and you'll have so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then your booklet's going to be due Thursday. So you're probably going to have to work on it more diligently, spread out your time better, and you're going to probably have to work on it on homework every night. That's the point of it, for it to be a challenge for you, and you'll have to get that done. And then verse, same thing. You only have those couple days to start learning the new verse, and we'll have a quiz almost every week on Friday. So instead of having like that 2 weeks, you're only going to have 1 week to do all of that. So just be ready for that as it will come. Again, not next week, but the week after. Things might get a little more challenging. But that's all we're really covering today. Christian, if you missed, we were just working on our booklet, and we kind of just reviewed what we've gone over so far. So how it's going to be set up, starting next week, you'll see Thursday, your booklet's due, and then we'll have a verse quiz over Romans 15:4 on Thursday as well, and then we'll review for first quiz, and then quiz 1 will be Friday of next week. Today, your verses, Romans 15:4, right 4 times was due. If you want to send me a picture, so I put in a grade when I put everyone else's grade in quickly, or if you just want to wait to turn it in, but always keep your hard copy, put it in a folder or an envelope with all of your stuff for this week and next week, and turn it in next Friday or whenever you're able to come back. We're praying for you, hoping you're getting better. And then also, if you're still doing distant learning, anyone else out there, starting next Friday, next week, that's when you're going to turn in all your homework from this week and next week, and then you're going to grab everything you need for the following week after. If you have any questions, again, you can email me. You guys have been doing awesome with contact, text, email, or My Schools Works is awesome. We'll see you guys shortly, and hope you have a good day. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to class. Good to see that Christian is here. Got some nice coffee this morning. Oop, those are the wrong ones, sorry. If you could pull out your homework. And turn that in to the class monitor or the desk in front of him. Just go ahead, pull that out, turn that in. For any distant learners, Christian, anyone else tuning in, please, you can either send me a picture and I can get that grade turned in today, and also keep that hard copy. Make sure you turn it in with the packet whenever you get back, or next Friday. Turn all your homework and quizzes then. Make sure that's turned in. But again, if you want me to put that grade in today with everyone else's, just send me a picture of the homework. I can grade it off that, and then I'll see your hard copy when I see it. But everyone else, pull out your homework, turn it in to the monitor or the desk in front of them. I'll grab that when I get down there. So, with it being history class, and especially government, let me plug in my computer real quick. I have a quick video to show. If you didn't already know, I told most of the kids already in here, it's a special day. It's something that even now a lot of people forget, but something tragic in our country happened on 9/11 a while back, and I just have a quick inspiring video to watch on that. Hopefully it can be encouragement to you. It was an encouragement to me, just reminding me, letting me be able to reminisce, as I was only 4 years old when it happened. So obviously I was in school, but I don't really remember it. But it allows me to see the tragedy that happened that day, and the lives that were lost. Especially if we're Christians, that should really touch us a bit even more. All the souls that were lost in such a tragic event. Hopefully that will inspire us somehow. So we're going to watch this video quickly. Make sure you turn in that homework, and then we will finish the notes today, and we will move on with our class. But all right, let me start this up, see if it works. It's not popping up right now. Sorry, give me 1 second. Let's see. Try this again. There we go. Hopefully the volume is on for you and it works. We'll start it over. Hopefully volume's working. It's not working on my side, but hopefully it's working through you or through your guys's for you. I don't think it is because I don't see it up there. So I might just have to show it when I get down there, but I'll pause that. We'll show it to you later, and hopefully that will work because I'm not seeing it, so I don't know if it's working or not. No communication either. So, but as I had mentioned yesterday, you had some reading and some homework as well, but you had some reading. So what we are going to do today to start off class, we are going to have, yes, like I said it about 100 times, we're going to have a pop quiz over the reading. So put away all your notes, put away the homework so you can't see it. You should have already turned it in. If you did not, you might get marked off. But we're going to have a pop quiz. So pull out a separate sheet of paper, pen or pencil. That is all you should have out. Also, distant learners, you'll want to do the same. Again, after you take this quiz, you can just text me it so I can grade it today. Or just make sure your name's on it, date, and class, and you can turn it in with the packet of all your work whenever you're able to turn that in. But pull out a separate sheet of paper. I'll give you a second and grab a pen or pencil. and we will take this quiz. It is only 5 questions, which could be a good thing, or it could be a bad thing if you're not knowing any of them and you miss a few. All right. Everyone ready? Should be ready about now. I'll give you a couple more seconds. Again, it's not hard. I promise it's not hard. It's the first one. I think you guys can do great as long as you read the work. We will see how this goes. Question number 1 is, what term describes a love for one's country and a loyalty to that country? Again, number 1 is, what term describes a love for one's country and a loyalty to that country? Shouldn't be that hard, starting off with an easy one. What term describes a love for one's country and a loyalty to that country? That one's not too bad. Started off a little easy. Give you a couple seconds to answer that. Next question. What word describes the characteristics and traditions that have been handed down to us by our ancestors? Okay, we talked about this. What word describes the characteristics and traditions that have been handed down to us by our ancestors? So in a sentence, it would be our. Give me 1 second. Okay, think about it for a second. Answer that question. We have technical difficulties in a different room. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. We had a few technical difficulties in a different room. Mr. S was there to save the day. Not me. I was just watching, just to stand by. All right, so again, number 1 was a term that describes a love for one's country and a loyalty to that country. Number 2 was a word that describes the characteristics and the traditions that have been handed down to us by our ancestors. Number 3, okay, just to give you a hint, okay, this is a person. Who became the first black American in the history of the U.S. Armed Forces to achieve the rank of 4-star general? Again, who became the first black American in the history of U.S. Armed Forces to achieve the rank of 4-star general? There's a whole yellow section on him, a picture of him and his name. Okay, he had a name, a nickname, and then his last name. Okay, you can just have his first and last. If you have the whole thing, great. For that one. Number 3. Number 4. Another pretty easy one. What declaration of faith is found on American coins and dollar bills? So what, like statement. What declaration of faith is found on American coins and dollar bills? No, you cannot pull out a coin and start looking, or a dollar bill. So put it away. I'm sure you're already looking. Put it away. Remember, it's a statement. It's a 4-letter or 4-word statement in quotes. What declaration of faith is found on American coins and dollar bills? And lastly, number 5, last one for the pop quiz. What Bible verse promises success and prosperity for meditating upon the laws of God and obeying them? It was in the last little part. It was in italics right before the end. of your reading. It was a verse that talks specifically what gives us success and prosperity. So what Bible verse promises success and prosperity for meditating upon the laws of God and obeying them? All right. We will grade that right now. Please, again, I know I'm not there, okay, but please, no cheating. Exchange your quiz with someone else. Use a red pen or pencil if you have one. If not, you can just use a regular pen today. Try to do something of different color. If it's a pencil, use a pen. If it's a pen, use a pencil. But if you have red, please use that. Also, okay, I'm going to read the answer. If it's wrong, just mark it wrong, and then I'll do the math for it later. It's not hard math, but I'll do it later just to check. They're easy questions about one word or one phrase answers. Those who are distance learning, again, I'm trusting in your integrity. Please just follow along, get the answers, or you can just text me the quiz and I can grade it myself right now. Please just do that for me. Do not change answers as I'm grading it. But number one, what term describes love for one's country and loyalty to that country is patriotism. Patriotism. Number two is what word describes the characteristics and traditions that have been handed down to us by our ancestors. It is our heritage, something that's been handed down generation to generation by our ancestors. It is our heritage. Number three is who became the first black American in the history of U.S. Armed Forces to achieve the rank of 4-star general is Daniel Chappie James. Daniel Chappie James. You can just have Chappie, you can have Daniel James, or Daniel Chappie James. No bonus if you have the whole thing. Number four is what declaration of faith is found on the American coins and dollar bills. It can be in quotes, but it doesn't have to be. But is in God we trust. It's in God we trust. And lastly, number five, what Bible verse promises success and prosperity for meditating upon the laws of God and obeying them? It's Joshua 1:8. Joshua 1:8. Please return those to their owners quickly, and then put them either on the desk in front of the teacher's desk, or if the monitor is in there, just hand them to him, and I'll collect those when I get down there at the end of this class. Hopefully we did well. It wasn't too hard. Again, it's just pop quiz over the reading. That's what we will have. Again, it's pop quiz, so it could be any time. So make sure when I'm assigning reading, you're not just doing the questions. You need to do the reading as well. All right, if you want to pull out your notes, I know they're already filled out for this chapter, but again, they won't be in future. But pull out your notes, and we're going to try to rush through these, as it is just a lot of procedures and stuff that we can follow referencing to our American flag. Yesterday we left off with the etiquette of the American flag. We went through all the etiquettes, and now we are going to start at number 18. Number 18, or note 18. The symbolism of the flag's folding ceremony is seen in 12 folds. Again, please pull your notes out quickly as we're short on time, and we will get through these notes and finish. Okay, so again, we're on number 18. Symbolism of the flag folding ceremony. Okay, so number one, the first fold. Okay, so there's numbers on each one. Those are the folds, right? Those are the folds. So again, number one, our first fold it references the symbol of life. Again, this is something I wish we could do in class, but we're not able to, so we'll just go with it. Second fold is the symbol of our belief in eternal life. The third fold, I'm just going to be going through these again. You'll want to go through these yourself. Whenever we do have an actual quiz or test, we will review what's on it. So if any of these are on it, we will review and you'll know. So it might be a lot of content. Just be listening, following along. Try to pick up as much and attain as much as you can. Number three, the third fold, in honor and remembrance of veteran departing our ranks who gave a portion of his life for defense of our country to attain a peace throughout the world. The fourth fold represents our weaker nature. For as American citizens, trusting in God, it is to Him that we turn in times of peace as well as times of war. for his divine guidance. The fifth fold is a tribute to our country. Is a tribute to our country. Sixfold is where our hearts lie. It is with our heart that we pledge allegiance to the flag. We stand in attention to the flag. We pledge allegiance to the flag. The seventh fold is a tribute to our armed forces, for it is through the armed forces that we protect our country and our flag against all her enemies. The eighth fold, a tribute to the one who entered into the valley of the shadow of death, that we might see the light of day, and to honor Mother, for whom it lies on Mother's Day. Fold number 9, a tribute to womanhood, for it has been through their faith, love, and devotion that the character of the men and women who have made this country great have been molded. Fold number 10, a tribute to Father, for he too has given his sons and daughters for the defense of our country since they were first born. Fold number 11, in the eyes of a Hebrew citizen, represents the lower portion of the seal of King David and King Solomon, and glorifies in their eyes the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The 12th fold, in the eyes of Christian citizen, represents an emblem of eternity, and glorifies in their eyes God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. When the flag is completely folded, the stars are uppermost, so they will be shown, reminding us of our nation's or national motto. Again, that we just covered in our pop quiz, that national motto that is on coins and dollars bill, in God we trust. Number 19, we have a story for us. In 1984, a man named Gregory Lee Johnson, he burned an American flag outside of the convention center where the 1984 Republican National Convention was being held in Dallas, Texas. He was protesting the policies of President Ronald Reagan. He was arrested and charged with violating a Texas statute that prevented the desecration of a venerated object, including the American flag, if such action were likely to incite anger in others. He was tried and convicted. He appealed, arguing that his actions were symbolic speech protected by the First Amendment. But the Supreme Court agreed to hear his case and found in his favor. So we see that story in 1984, not too long ago. Number 20, because the American flag uniquely represents the American nation, it should be treated with the utmost respect. Number 21, a bold term, a pledge is a solemn promise. A pledge is a solemn promise. Probably have to know that for a quiz or something in the future coming up soon. Allegiance means our loyalty, our support, and our devotion to duty. Allegiance means our loyalty, our support, and our devotion to duty. Note number 22, the words of the U.S. Pledge of Allegiance were written by Francis Bellamy in 1892 for a magazine called The Youth's Companion. Congress adopted the pledge in 1942 and in 1954 added the words, "under God," as we know of now. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As the elementary, I'm sure you recited it every day in the elementary. That is our pledge. Hopefully you understand the words and apply it to your heart as an American. Next note, number 24, a national anthem. Again, sorry we're going through these quickly. We're just trying to get through, but you do have them all here, so you're not writing anything down. We're trying to get through today as we can move on in the future. Next one, number 24, national anthem is the official patriotic song or hymn of a country. Our national anthem is the Star-Spangled Banner. The Star-Spangled Banner was written by Francis Scott Key during the War of 1812, and it was adopted by Congress in 1931. Number 25, the national anthem of the United States of America. We have it here. We sing it a lot of times in sports before the game. and a lot of events like that, just to bring attention to our country and the freedom we have. I'm not going to go over that right now, but we should all know that as Americans. Hopefully you've sang it before, and when we sing it, we stand attention to the flag with our hands over our hearts. Number 26, the bald eagle is a symbol of America's strength and power and also freedom. The birds mate for life and have a permanent nest, reflecting the American idea of family and home. Number 27, Washington, D.C. is our national's capital. It is also known as the Memorial City, obviously, because it has a lot of those memorials, like Lincoln Memorial, Washington Memorial, and all the different memorials that we went over, and some that we didn't. Number 28, since God's Word had an influence on our national character, it is only natural that many of the inscriptions on the monuments are verses or passages of Scripture. I don't know if anyone's been to Washington, D.C., but there are a lot of Scripture verses with those monuments on them as of now. Here's some examples. The Washington Monument. Inside the stairwell, you will find the verse, "Search the Scriptures," which is John 5:39, a section of that verse. Search the Scriptures. In the Supreme Court, a tablet representing the Ten Commandments is above the head of the Chief of Justice. It's crazy to think that all these memorials have these different references to the Bible, yet, certainly in our politics today, we miss the Bible being a focal point in a lot of things. Another one we can see is the Library of Congress. The walls of the library display such verses as Micah 6:8, which says, "What doth the Lord require of thee? But to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." And it also says Psalm 19:1, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." In the Lincoln Memorial, Lincoln's words are inscribed on the walls of the memorial. As was said 3,000 years ago, so it still must be said. Lincoln said that, quoted. Psalms 19:9, he says, "The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether," which those applied 3,000 years ago, those applied in Lincoln's time, President Lincoln's time, and those still apply today. Number 29, patriotism. Again, we covered this in our pop quiz. It was in your reading. Is a love for one's country and a loyalty to that country. Patriotism. It's the soldiers showing it as they battle. But us as citizens, we can show by respecting the flag, respecting our authorities in government, whether we agree with them or not, expecting or respecting our soldiers, being thankful for them, writing notes maybe to them, supporting them, showing we care and are thankful for their duty. Number 30, Americanism. Americanism means the virtues of courage, honor, justice, truth, sincerity, and hardihood. The virtues that made America. The things that will destroy America are prosperity at any price, peace at any price, safety first instead of duty first, the love of soft living, and the get-rich-quick theory of life. Those things will destroy America, said by Theodore Roosevelt. If you see, the difference is pretty much pride. In the beginning ones, those are all people being humble. It's serving others, right? Us being a service to others. In the second section, the things that he thinks would destroy and could destroy our country, if you really get into them and just think about what they are, right? It's prideful reasons. It's things for myself. It's everyone thinking about themselves rather than each other. Number 31, heritage. Again, we had this in our pop quiz and in your reading. Heritage is those characteristics and traditions that have been handed down to us by our ancestors. Number 32, nationalism. The promotion of one's own nation and government regardless of moral, that's a typo I think, or my paper is just scratched there so it looks like an I, but as moral considerations. Nationalists often seek to bring other nations under control of their own. Patriots are defensive and seek to protect that which he has been entrusted to them. Nationalism is promotion of one's own nation. regardless of moral considerations. Again, so it's kind of a little selfish in our own sense. Number 33, General Daniel Chappie James was the first black American in the history of U.S. Armed Forces to achieve the rank of 4-star general. He's perhaps one of the most outstanding advocates of patriotism in the 20th century. Certainly growing up in that time period, he had to probably work extra hard to be able to achieve such a high status with things going on. Number 34, John F. Kennedy expressed the idea of patriotism when he said, "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." I think that's just something that we could apply in our life, in any situation, right? We're here in CCS, and yes, I know as I'm a teacher and you're a student, being a student, you're like, what can CCS do for me, right? Whether it's get you into a better college, give you the best education, have a Christian Bible environment, good teachers that are personal with you. Hopefully that can help you and be friendly to you and be there for you. But also, you should look what you can do for CCS. Whether it's having a good testimony if you're working somewhere, whether it's being an example for someone younger than you, be an example at home, reflecting what CCS is teaching you. There's always something we can do. But JFK said, what can you do for your country, not what your country can do for you. And lastly, again, that we had in our pop quiz, Joshua 1:8. It promises success and prosperity to the person who will meditate upon the law of God, or laws of God, which is the Bible. If we meditate day and night, what the Bible says, so maybe if you get in the morning or get at night, just a verse or two, something that can challenge you personally that you can apply to your life. But all right, that is it for the notes. We got through it. Again, I will come collect that pop quiz in a moment. Those who are distant learning, again, you can send me over that quiz now so I can put the grade in. Also keep the hard copy with your name, date, and the class. Turn that in next Friday. Homework. Write this down. Homework quickly is read page 15 to 19. Read page 15 to 19. Those who are distant learning, please contact me. Say, hey, I need the notes for chapter 2. I can email or send you a link, maybe via text, or My School Works if you need them, which you will. You'll have to pay attention. They're fill in the blank. And then class, I will give you those on Monday. But again, homework is read page 15 through 19. And then page 19, do section review 1 on page 19. Questions 1 through 5. 1 through 5. Questions 1 through 5. We were supposed to have a quiz, our quiz 1 on Monday, but I don't like giving Monday quizzes. So what we're going to do is we're going to review on Monday. We'll review on Monday, and we'll have the quiz Tuesday. So distant learners, if you already have lesson plans and it says quiz is on Monday, we're going to move that quiz 1 to Tuesday. It might be about things we learn now over this first chapter. So you'll want to keep on reviewing that as we move into the next lessons on Monday. Even in your homework tonight. But our quiz 1 over chapter 1 will be on Tuesday. We will review on Monday. Again, homework is read page 15 to 19 and page 19, questions 1 through 5. If you have any questions, contact me. Thank you, distant learners. Class, I'll see you in a second.
All right, welcome to chemistry. We're going to be dealing with scientific notation. Actually, we're going to be dealing with a bunch of mathematics and chemistry because, well, that's what the section's about. We're going to be dealing with quite a few things here, not the least of which is scientific notation, and we talked a little bit about converting units. We're also going to talk about things like significant digits or significant figures. We're going to be looking at really just what we expect math to look like in this class. So this one is going to be a lot of pure math in the sense of like we're going to get some practice in and we're going to make sure that we get this thing going. But let's first of all talk about what we're going to deal with. So first of all is scientific notation, also sometimes called exponential notation. This is used for writing very large or small numbers conveniently. It's also often used to show precision or to show how close or how accurate our measurement is. And so that's what scientific notation is. It's just a way for us to be able to write really big or really tiny numbers without having to write a ton of zeros. Okay, that's basically the idea. So, a few things here. The first factor in scientific notation must be a number between 1 and 9.9999. You're only allowed one digit in front of that decimal. Okay, if you have two digits in front of the decimal, you need to move the decimal again. Okay, it's just how that works. The second factor is 10 raised to the exponent equal to the number of times the decimal must be moved. And we'll illustrate this here in just a minute. And then finally, just as a note, I guess, a number less than 1 will have a negative exponent, and a number greater than 1 will have a positive exponent. Okay, so if the number is really small, in other words, less than 1, the exponent will be negative. Otherwise, the exponent will be positive. All right, so let's look at an example. Example 1.2, we're going to express the following numbers in scientific notation. So let's see here. Get to where, there we go. All right, so we need the decimal to go after the first non-zero digit. Doesn't matter which way we're going, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, because after the 5, which is the first non-zero digit. So I do 5 times 10, and then we move the decimal 5 times. Now this number was less than 1, so it's negative 5. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense there. Then as we continue on, with the next one, we have 83,600. So again, to move this number to scientific notation, we would start at the end and move to the left until we're after the first non-zero. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So you end up with 8.36. We're not going to write the zeros. We'll explain when we do and don't here in a minute. So 8.36 times 10, and we moved it 1, 2, 3, 4 times, so to the fourth, because this number was greater than 1. All right, and so that's what we have there. And the next one, we have 6,200. Okay, again, we're going to start at the right and go after the first non-zero. So 1, 2, 3. So 6.2 times 10 to the positive third, because this number was greater than 1. So hopefully that makes sense. This should be largely review. And now let's talk about how to go backward. To go backward, we just undo it. So we're going to express these numbers in ordinary or non-scientific notation. Okay, so we have 9 times 10 to the third. So we have 9. Now we know it's a positive number, which means the number had to be greater than 1. So my decimal is going to go to the right. So I am going to go 1, 2, 3, fill in the zeros. Okay, so 9,000 is the correct answer there. All right, and the next one, we have 7.62 times 10 to the fourth. Well, we have 7.62. We're going to start with the decimals. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fill in the zeros. So 76,200 is our correct answer there. In part C, we have 5.7 times 10 to the negative third. That negative third means we have a number less than 1. So I'm going to leave myself a little more room. So 5.7, and we're going to go to the left. 1, 2, 3. Fill in our 2 zeros and put a 0 in front of our decimal point. So 0.0057. In this class in particular, please put a 0 in front of decimal points to make them a lot more obvious. It helps make sure that we're all counting from the exact same place. So that's how we would write our answer. Now, we need to talk about when calculating numbers with scientific notation, we have to follow certain rules. First of all, when adding or subtracting, we have to convert numbers to like powers before adding or subtracting the first factors. So for example, if I have something times 10 to the 5th and something times 10 to the 6th, I'm going to have to make one or the other match the other one. So either they both need to be 10 to the 5th or they both need to be 10 to the 6th. You might have to break the first digit. It must be one digit in order to do that. And then you can add and subtract like normal. When multiplying or dividing, we're going to divide the first factors together first, and then we're going to take and add or subtract the exponents if we're doing division. Now, I said all that to say this. Use your calculator. Don't worry about this, okay? This is one of those things where it's like the calculator can handle it for you. You don't have to worry about it. We can just plug in scientific notation as it appears. Okay, so that's how we're going to deal with that there. Let me see here. I don't have an example in here for that. So let's go ahead and look at our calculator, how we would do that. So let's get let's see here. So let's say I wanted to add together numbers A and B from example 1.3. All right, so let's say I wanted to add together those two numbers. Let me fix my focus real quick. Come on. Why isn't it moving? Okay, my slider is not wanting to move today. Let's get... There we go. Okay, so we have our calculator set up, and let's go ahead and put this in. So we're going to add 9 times 10 to the third and 7.62 10 to the fourth. So the way we're going to put this in is I'm first of all going to have 9. So I'm just going to hit 9. That's easy enough. And then for times 10 to the on your calculator, okay, there is this little exponent button. You may have a double E, okay, or a single E even. As far as capital E, not to be confused with the E that's part of the alphabet going across, okay. Should be somewhere around here. If you have a TI calculator, here we go. Okay, if you have a TI calculator, it's that double E right there, that double E in yellow. Okay, so that's the same button, but ours is a bit more accessible here on our Casios. And so we're just going to hit this little E, this little capital E. Okay, and I know that sounds like a contradiction in terms, but little capital E means times 10 to a calculator. Okay, so we don't have to worry about typing it all out. So we have 9 times 10 to the third, so we're just going to hit 9E3. Okay. Then we're going to add our 7.62. Okay, again, we just type that just like normal. Then again, I'm going to hit this exponent button. Okay, and again, that's going to, the calculator knows that means times 10 to the, and then fourth. And then when we put that in, we get 85,200. If we want it in scientific notation, we can convert that ourselves, or if you want the calculator to do it, we can go to our setup menu, so second menu, and you can set your display variable to scientific, and then you can tell it how many decimal places you want. Okay, normally I let the calculator decide and I convert it if I need to. All right, so hopefully that makes sense there. And let's get this out of the way. All right. All right, now that we know how to work with scientific notations, we can talk about significant figures. Significant figures, also known as sig figs, significant digits, or sig digs. I may use sig figs and sig digs interchangeably because I forget which one I'm supposed to be doing. I think in this class we prefer sig figs. I don't remember. The digits obtained by measuring to the first uncertain digit. This indicates the precision with which a measurement was made. Okay. So what this does is it tells people the accuracy of, the precision of our instrument that we used when measuring this thing. Okay, so that's what this tells us to do, or that's what this enables. It allows them to know with what degree of certainty we know our measurement. So, few rules. First of all, if it's not a 0, it's significant. Pretty easy. If it is a 0, it's going to depend on different things. Okay, so the rest of the rules are all about what if it's a 0. Okay, and there's 5 rules. 4 of them are zeros. Sorry. Okay, so the second rule. If it's a 0 at the beginning of the number, it's not significant. Doesn't matter if you have a decimal or not. If it's before any non-zero digits, it's not significant. Okay. Now, zeros between non-zero digits, so if I have 903, that 0 in the middle is significant. Okay, so if it's sandwiched by non-zero digits, it's significant. Okay, hope that makes sense. Zeros that are at the end of a number with a decimal point are significant. If it has a decimal point, automatically any zeros on the right-hand side are significant. Then finally, zeros at the end of a number that does not have a decimal point are not significant. Okay, so if you have a 0 at the end, it's just a placeholder unless there's a decimal point. Okay, so let's talk about how to do this. How many significant figures are in these numbers? And again, a lot of times we'll say sig figs or sig digs. Really just depends on which curriculum. And so as we look at this, okay, how many are in this number? Well, we know that the first 3 zeros here are not significant because they're at the beginning, they're to the left. This number does have a decimal point, okay? And so I have 3 significant figures, okay? Now, I'm going to point this out. Just because a digit is not significant does not mean it's not important. Significant and important are 2 different things in science. Significant means it does not determine with what precision my measurement was made. The zeros are important, otherwise our number would change, okay? There's a big difference between 700 and 0.00700, okay? So just keep that in mind, okay? Not significant does not mean you get to drop them. It just means they're not determining accuracy, okay? So this one has 3. And the next one, we have 8004. Well, both my zeros are between non-zeros, so all 4 digits are significant. For the next one, 70,000. Well, there's no decimal place, and there's only 1 non-zero, so only one significant figure. If I took 2,500, notice that there is a decimal point, even though I don't have anything after the 0. Okay, I have nothing after the decimal point, but it's there. We'll use this in science to say this was accurate to the nearest whole number, even though there's a 0 there. Okay, and so in that case, there are still 4 significant figures. Okay, so we can use a decimal point to say to the nearest whole number without having to worry about it. And then finally, 65, there's not a 0 to be seen, so 2 significant figures. Now, quick note thing that helps me, when you're working in calculations, the last significant digit can be noted by a line over the digit because, again, we don't want to round until the end. Okay, so since we're not rounding, we need to keep track of where the last place of significance is. And so what we'll do is we'll overline that number in our math, okay, until the very end, and then we'll round and make sure everything's in the proper thing. But this helps keep track of rounding or conversion in scientific notation when you're dealing with significance. So this is something you might see me do in my math. This just says, hey, this is the last digit I know for sure, but I'm going to keep using the whole number in my math, okay? Now, when working with significant figures, okay, when working with significant figures, we have 2 different sets of rules. If you're adding or subtracting, everything's about place, okay? So we're going to round to the same place as the least certain number. So let's say we have this addition problem, and we line up our decimal points. You don't fill in zeros in science, okay? You just understand that you're adding nothing, okay? And so normally, like in pre-algebra, I would have told you guys we're going to fill in zeros here and here and here, and I purposely didn't write anything because we don't do that in here. Okay, instead we just make sure our decimals are lined up and add things together. So 9, 1, 6, 10, carry the 1, and so on. So we have 81.0619. Well, my last place that has all my all my numbers share in common is this one. So that's where I'm going to round. 1 is not at least 5, so we keep the 6. We don't round up. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Let's look at the next one. All right, so again, in this number, this is my last significant digit, okay? this right here because there's no decimal point in this number. So because there's no decimal point, this right here becomes my last significant digit. So I go ahead and do my math like normal, and then I find out, okay, I need a round. Well, this 6 is at least 5, so instead of a 0, I'm going to put a 1, 6,100. All right. Now, if we're multiplying or dividing, the rule changes a little bit. Okay, and adding or subtracting, it's the same place. In multiplying or dividing, it's the same number of digits. Okay, and so that same number of digits is very important here. We just count how many significant figures. So let's say in this problem, okay, this number has 5 significant digits, this number has 3 significant digits, but this one only has 1. This is the only significant digit in this number. So that means even though I'm going to get all this out of my calculator, I'm only allowed to keep 1 digit. Okay, and many times we'll go ahead and convert to scientific notation. You do not have to unless you feel the need to, or unless it's a very large number. In that case, please use scientific notation. But anytime it's a gray area, I'll include both answers and we can continue on. And this next one, well, this is exactly 1 when you divide it on the calculator. But you'll notice I've added a 0.0 because we have 2 significant figures. So it's not just for rounding and getting rid of digits, it's also for making sure I include enough digits. Okay, 6.2 over 6.2, that's clearly 1, anything over itself. Okay, but I need 2 significant figures because that's how many are my least significant calculation. Finally, one last note. If it is an exact value or defined value, it does not count towards significant digits. So I have here this unit conversion of 3.46 yards to feet. And so of course we know yards cancels, and then we have feet. So we take 3.46 times 3, and we get 10.38. Now, based on everything else I've just talked to you about, we might think, oh man, we're only allowed 1 significant digits. And then you'll notice my answer has 3, and you're going to look at it and go, what? Well, this 3 feet is 1 yard. That's not a measurement. That's an exact value. Okay? And anytime we have an exact value, whether it's through definition or something we can count, okay, those are the 2 types, your defined values and countable numbers. They are considered exact values, and they do not count towards significant digits. Okay, so seeing as there's only 1 number that counts for significant digits and it has 3 sig figs, we're going to have 3 sig figs in our answer. Okay, so that's how we're going to do that. Now, finally, okay, before I let you guys loose, let me just give you guys some problem-solving strategies for this class because, again, you know, most people dislike word problems in math class, and the problem is most people approach a math class of, ugh, when am I ever going to use this stuff? And then get mad when we do story problems. And it always cracks me up because you answered your own question, okay? When are we ever going to use this stuff is answered by, here's the story problem on the topic, okay? That's the idea. You might not buy 40 watermelons, but you might buy 40 of something, okay? It happens. So just throwing that out there. So basically all the math and chemistry is a word problem. Okay, so here are some problem-solving strategies to make sure that you're ready to go. First of all, you write down every piece of information as assigned variables, and I'll show you guys an example of this here. Finally, you find out what you're missing. Okay, we write down our missing or requested variables. Then, we determine the equation that has all the assigned variables or enough assigned variables and our missing variables. Okay, we pick our equation based on what we're given. Okay, gone are the days of if you have this type of problem, you're going to use this formula, and you know we're always going to use this formula. No. You can't do that. You got to write down all your variables, and then you look at your list of formulas and say, okay, what has what I need, and only requires pieces that I have or can find out. That's how you pick your equation. Okay. Now, we solve after we get everything to the correct units. A lot of our formulas this year are going to require you to be in one unit or another. And if you're given anything else, you have to convert first before plugging in the formula, or the formula doesn't work. So we need to round for significant figures after solving completely. We do not round partway through a problem. Again, there's the reason why I mentioned that overline thing. We're going to still continue to use the whole number. We're going to store values in our calculator. We're going to do everything we can to not introduce any more rounding error than we absolutely have to. Okay, and finally, we check the result using common sense. Okay, again, if it's a silly example, but let's say I were buying 40 watermelons and they were 50 cents each. Okay, well, we all know that would be $20, okay? If I get $200 for 40 watermelons, I might start to think, that doesn't seem right. So always apply common sense to your answer. Just double check. You don't necessarily have to double check it and redo all your math. Just double check and see, does that fit what I know this equation should put out? Okay, that's the idea. So let's look at an example. Example 1.5, what temperature on the Kelvin scale equals 10 degrees Celsius? So my first step is to write down all my given. Well, my given is 10 degrees Celsius, and we would represent this symbolically as T sub C. Okay, now that's going to disappear here in a minute because it's not on the slide, but T sub C is what variable I'm given, and so I would keep that there. What is requested of me is Kelvin, and again, that would be represented as T sub K. Okay, so I have T sub C and T sub K. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at my chapter formulas, chapter equations, and see, okay, what has T sub C and T sub K in it? Okay, I need those two pieces in particular because I'm given C and I'm given K. Well, then I look at my equation and I find out, hey, look, there's one. Except I need to solve for Kelvin, not Celsius. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 273.15 to both sides of my equation so that this thing is solved for Kelvin. And that's what we get there. Now that I have an equation where I can just plug in numbers, we tend to try to solve equations down first, then plug in. It actually introduces far less error. Then I'm going to go ahead and plug in my equation. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in my values. So I put in my 10 degrees Celsius plus 273.15, and when I add those together, I get 283.15 Kelvin. All right, so first of all, does that make sense? Well, yes, I have 273.15, it was 10 degrees Celsius. Oh, that looks good. That's about what I expect it to be. All right, then I go through and okay, now did I preserve significant figures? Well, I'm given 3. Okay, the number in the formula is we're going to consider exact because it's a definition. So I'm given 3 significant figures. I have 5. Okay, so let me go ahead and round. Well, 3 then would be my last significant digit. So is 1 at least 5? The answer is no, so we keep it the same. So we end up with 200. That's amazing. So we have 283, ignore this, Kelvin. 283 Kelvin. I'm not sure if that's, hold on, I gotta know. Is that something I did? Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. That one's actually from the book. That's funny. All right, so it happens. People make mistakes. 283 Kelvin. That's the correct answer. Okay? Now, I check. Okay? Yes. The answer is positive. In Kelvin, it has to be. Okay, so far, good. It's higher than Celsius. Sweet. And significant figures are preserved. Okay, so I check all 3 of those things. Again, this should just be 283 Kelvin because I'm only allowed 3 significant figures. I want to make a note to myself to fix that in the next edition. All right, one last caution with units. When you're working, always keep units in your formulas for error checking. Okay, if you go through your entire formula and you're solving for volume, and at the end your units say grams, you know you did something wrong because that's not a measurement of volume. Okay, units are a great way to error check and make sure you're doing things correctly. Or if you end up with 20 units at the end, maybe you should have converted something back there. Okay, so that's kind of the idea, is they kind of help make sure that you're doing things correctly. And then we always use like units in calculations. In other words, I should only be using grams with grams, not grams with milligrams. I shouldn't be using grams with pounds or something. Everything has to get into the same units. And so that's the other reason, is that it helps you catch stuff like that. Finally, addition or subtraction will keep the same unit. Okay, so if I have 3 grams plus 2 grams, that gives me 5 grams. Okay, nothing happens to the grams. Okay. These 2 operations cannot change a unit's identity, just like they cannot change a variable's identity. Okay? The only exception to this rule is degrees Celsius to degree Kelvin. Or to kelvins. There is no degrees in Kelvin. Degrees Celsius to Kelvin and backward. Okay? That's because all we're doing is shifting the scale. That's the one time where it changes the units. Now, second of all, multiplication and division can combine or cancel units, and so chances are at the end of a multiplication or division problem, your units will change. Okay, that's really the thing there. And that's it. That's the end of chapter 1. So tonight's homework is to do 1.3, your mathematics and chemistry, on page 9 of your supplement. I do not believe it's on Google Classroom yet, so for now, just do it on page 9 of your supplement, and I will get back to you guys on what all to do with that. We've had some hiccups on the Google Classroom, and I'm going to actually start working a little bit more with that today. So just keep that in mind. Past that, your homework is page 9. Go ahead and get started working on that, and I will see you guys later.
All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and get started now. This is consumer math. We're going to be on section 1.3, page 9, talking about financing for your car. Financing for your car. We've already talked about what type of car you need to look for. We talked about taxes and fees when you go buy that car. Now we're going to talk about financing. Most people, when they go to buy a car, they have not had enough time to save up that amount of money. So what you can do is you can finance it or pay for it through equal monthly installments. When you do this, you might be charged installment charges, also called carrying charges. What those are extra fees involved in the loan that you're going to get. You can either go to the dealership to buy your car and you can get financing through them, and you're going to pay a large APR or annual percentage rate if you try to go through them. If you want to try to get better interest rate or better terms for your loan, you can go find financing on your own through local banks and credit unions and all that stuff. What you could also do is you can also get a co-signer. This is someone who's going to share the responsibility of making those loan payments with you. Okay? So if you don't have enough money one month to pay that loan, the bank or whoever you have that loan through is going to contact your co-signer and say, hey, so-and-so didn't pay their loan this month. It's your responsibility to pay it. Okay? Typically for you guys, if you're going to go get a co-signer, it's going to be one of your parents, if they're willing to do that. Other things to look at is how long the loan is going to be. Typically a car loan is anywhere from 36 to 60 months. I told you we just bought our car. Our car we ended up getting 72 months. Nowadays they're going all the way up to 96 months. Okay, that's a long time to have a car loan. If you take 96 divided by 12, you're looking at 8 years you're going to be paying on that car loan. Okay, so are you really going to be able to have that car for 8 years, or are you going to have it for 3 years? Okay, once you have that loan paid off, then you're just responsible for maintenance and keeping it registered and all that stuff. So when you go to the car dealership and you make the final things for your financing, you're going to have a contract that you sign stating that you will indeed pay all the payments and pay off the loan in full. Do not sign any contracts until you have read everything and understand it. So make sure you do that. A car loan may also be arranged through local banks, like I said before, loan companies. There's tons of places online where you can get lower percentage rates if you look, as opposed to actually going through the dealership. Then what we're going to do now is there's some model problems. Go ahead and look those over. And then I'll be down in the classroom here in a little bit. What also helps with financing is if you have a down payment. Okay? Down payment is the amount of money that you have saved up to help pay for that vehicle. So if you have a down payment of $3,000 and you're going to look at a $14,000 car, you're only going to get a loan for $11,000 because you're going to put that $3,000 down. $14,000 minus $3,000 is $11,000. Okay, so you're only responsible for paying back that $11,000 after you make that loan or after you sign that contract. So down payments are a good thing. It helps lower the loan amount. It helps lower the monthly payment if you put a good amount down. So that is a down payment. So what we're going to do now is I'll be down in the classroom here in a little bit, and we're going to work on some of these problems together, and I will assign your homework. Oh, sorry, I forgot we have a distance learner now. So your homework is going to be on page 11, problems 7 through 19 odd. 7 through 19 odd. That's going to be your homework. That's going to be due Monday morning or Monday before class. So make sure you have all that. take your homework out right now from last night. It should all be on a separate sheet of paper. What I want you to do is I want you to pass it forward to, I believe Mr. Brown is in the classroom. I want Mr. Brown to collect that. Make sure your name is on it, and make sure it is on a piece of paper so that I can read it. Otherwise, if I can't read it, it's wrong. All right? So go ahead and pass that to Mr. Brown right now, and then I'll be down in, like I said, in just a few minutes, and we can go over any questions you might have at that time.
Okay, class, we're gonna go ahead and get started with, all right, give me 1 second. All right, I kind of had to lower the camera a little bit because I'm not as tall as your other teachers, but we're gonna go ahead and get started with our review of literature. Go ahead and take out your literature books. You should have read Beowulf last night for your homework. And I hope you guys saw different types of alliteration that we were talking about yesterday. If you guys needed to, if you guys have any questions about that, let me know, because alliteration is kind of hard to see in your, in Old English books like that. So last night we're gonna read some Beowulf. We read some Beowulf. It's the greatest of the Anglo-Saxon poems and the oldest surviving epic of any Germanic people. It's the story of a man struggling against three monstrous and mysterious incarnations of evil. So we also said that an epic has a great national hero, lofty language, contains supernatural elements, and the struggle of good and evil. And if you guys read your homework, you would have seen that good overcame evil. Make sure you guys know different aspects of the work of Beowulf. There's loyalty, there's valor, selflessness, a sense of justice. Obviously, when Grendel came and killed all those people, Beowulf avenged them, and he killed Grendel. But then obviously Grendel's mother, she wanted to get revenge on Beowulf, so she came and started killing everybody as well. And then they went to kill Grendel's mother. Different elements of everyone's avenging somebody or taking their revenge on other people. But then we see in the end that there's a sense of justice, even though in the end Beowulf dies. I hope you guys figured out who King Hrothgar is. He was the king of the Danes. Grendel, which was the first monster. Beowulf, obviously, he is our national hero. Grendel's mother, which is the one who was avenging her son. And then Wiglaf, we saw he was the only one that stayed and helped Beowulf kill the dragon, okay? So make sure you guys know who those people are. If you did not write these people down, make sure you do. You're gonna know need to know some characters from this story. If you guys look on page number 5, you didn't have to answer these questions, but they kind of help you read through the story with a sense of analysis and help you understand the story. Number 1, give some outstanding examples of alliteration which have been preserved in this modern condensed version. All throughout the work, we talked about this yesterday in page number 3. In line number 6, he hiked, he wrote, the heart's house. In line 12, so long in the land, raged the merciless monster. I was actually talking to Emma last night because she needed help with this as well. If you guys don't exactly know what alliteration is, think of this line, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. So obviously, P is repeated throughout this line. And the letter P is an example of alliteration. So the author in Beowulf used alliteration, so different words that started with the same letter in each of those lines to depict the story, okay? That's just an example of what alliteration is. Number 2, which kennings are particularly expressive? We talked about this yesterday. If you guys look in section 3 on page 5 of your literature books, thereafter the hero had honored unstinted for 50 years ruling the people of Jutland, till evil arrived in the form of a fire drake. Fire drake, if you look down at your definitions, fire drake is another name for a dragon. And then the next line is fearsome, unfriendly, and an old twilight spoiler. So basically, Twilight spoiler is referring to the dragon. In olden times or in stories, you imagine dragons. When people come to slay the dragon, it's kind of like night and day. It's kind of like they when they fight, it's like all the world stood still, and like it's throughout that entire day, it seems like. So Twilight spoiler is another name for a dragon, and all the aspects of supernatural elements and stuff like that. So the coiling one in lines number 75, a little bit down from this Twilight spoiler, the coiling one, it's another name for dragon. And then in line number 79, the fangs of the worm seized the throat of the hero. So different things like worm, Twilight spoiler, fire drake, the coiling one, they all are kennings, which are strong metaphorical expressions. They refer back to the dragon. So different stuff like that. On page 4, War Bernie, the Water Wife, War Sark, they're all examples of kenning. So I hope you guys read through that to make sure you guys know the aspects of Beowulf. Next, we're going to move on to the Seafarer. I think this should have been your homework last night. We were kind of reviewing. I think I mentioned this yesterday, 6 through 9. Pretty sure I did. Last night's was a review of Beowulf to finish the story, or was that 2 nights ago? If so, last night is the Seafarer. But if not, you can read the Seafarer, the story. It's not that long, but then also 9 and 10. Read pages, 9 and 10. That is the Bookworm and Honeymead. We'll see some aspects of honey and mead, kind of like we already said that mead is their strong alcoholic drink that they like. Page 9, the Bookworm, we'll kind of see the irony in that as well. But let's discuss the Seafarer on page 6 and 7. If you go to page 6, we already saw that Anglo-Saxon work really do like the nature and Mother Nature in her sterner moods especially. And we'll definitely see that throughout this work, The Seafarer. The Seafarer is a famous collection of an early English poem. Let me show you your screen. The Seafarer is part of a book called the Exeter Book, which is a famous collection of an early English poem. And then this work contains powerful spiritual insight about the importance of obedience to God's calling and faithfulness in his work, okay? Throughout history, the sea has played a vital role in English life. So this seafarer is compelled to spend his life at sea. Despite the dangers and the difficulties of the sea and spending time in the deep, deep ocean, we can see that the work of the love of nature and the responsiveness to nature is seen throughout this, just like we said that is a characteristic of an Anglo-Saxon work. We can see that they love nature, especially in her sterner moods. And in this work, we see that he experiences trials at sea. If you look at line number 3, toiling day after day. Toiling obviously is another word for working hard, and toiling at sea day after day, I can describe how I harbored bitter sorrow in my heart and often learned that ships are homes of sadness. Alliteration is seen also in line number 6 with wild were the waves when I took my turn. Wild were the waves, W and W, that's a sign of alliteration. Keep reading. The arduous night watch standing at the prow, which is the bow of the ship, the front of the ship, while the boat tossed near the rocks. My feet were tortured by frost fettered in frozen chains. More alliteration. There's a lot of F's in that sentence. Fierce anguish clutched at my heart, passionate longings mad in the mind of a sea-weary man. Prosperous men living on land, alliteration right there, do not begin to understand how I, careworn and cut off from my kinsmen, have have as an exile endured the winter on the icy sea. So we see this, how the sea is a huge part in this story, obviously, hence the word seafarer. But the trials and the toils at sea, we can see in that, in that aspect of the Anglo-Saxon poem, okay? He's complaining about the hardships of life. So the mood is tired and weary. And when you guys look throughout the book, he's talking about all his longings and the life of a lonely seaman at sea, and there's different types of alliteration. If you guys look in lines number 37, my heart's longings always urge me to undertake a journey to visit the country of a foreign people far across the sea. So even if he's experiencing all these trials and all these toils and all this work, and he's lonely at sea, his heart still wants to take him on a journey, and he still wants to travel, and he still wants to visit a foreign country far across the sea. So it's talking about how even though it's hard at sea, he still is compelled to stay in the ocean, to stay at sea. Guys, look at lines 58 in that little paragraph. Wherefore my heart leaps within me, my mind roves with the waves over the whale's domain. What do you think whale's domain is an example of, okay? We said that in Beowulf, Whale Road was an example of a kenning. So this is also an example of a kenning. Rather than saying, my mind roves with the waves over the sea, he uses whale's domain as a strong metaphorical expression to describe the sea. It wanders far and wide across the face of the earth, returns again to me, eager and unsatisfied. The solitary bird screams, irresistible, urging my heart to take the whale's way. Again, there's a kenning, the whale's way over the stretch of the sea. So that's the basis of this work, is that he loves the sea regardless of what it does to him, regardless of how it treats him. That's kind of like the irony. It's kind of like someone, like a girl, if you like a girl and she doesn't like you back, but then you still pursue after her, it's kind of like that. He loves the sea, even though it makes him work hard, it makes him weary, okay? In lines 68, there are three things which until one occurs are always unpredictable. Illness or age, or death and battle. Those are the three things that are unpredictable. Illness, age, death, and battle can deprive a doomed man of his life. Wherefore each man should strive before he leaves this world to win the praise of those living after him. What do you think that's talking about? I think that's talking about leaving a legacy. If you guys read that again, wherefore each man should strive before he leaves this world to win the praise of those living around him. I think it's kind of talking about how all that you've done in this life, whether it's work hard and whether it's, become famous or something, the thing that matters the most is, in this saying, to win the praise of those living after him. It's called leaving a legacy. And us as Christians, we know that that's not the main idea of life. Our job on this earth and our destiny is to bring honor and glory to the Lord Jesus Christ. So if you guys look on the page 8, one more thing we will be talking about is the last paragraph, okay? Great is the fear of God. Through him the world turns. He created the mighty plains, the face of the earth, and the sky above. Foolish is he who fears not his Lord. Death will find him unprepared. Blessed is the humble man. He will find mercy in heaven. God gave man a soul to have faith in his great strength. So throughout the work, the tone is very weary. The tone is very He's very lonely, but then his tone shifts when he's talking about the whole purpose of life and how everything is vanity. And we can see this in the end, how the only thing that ends up mattering to him is fearing God, and through him the world turns. He created the mighty plains, the face of the earth, and the sky above. He basically is giving God all the glory, and he is talking about that all the things of this earth may pass, but then the things of heaven may not pass. And the book says God gave man a soul to have faith in his great strength. So here again we see strong religious convictions. That's another aspect of Anglo-Saxon poetry that is very prominent in all these works. Remember, we said the love of freedom, responsiveness to nature, especially in her sterner moods, strong religious convictions, and a belief in wyrd or fate. Wyrd was another name for fate. A lot of the Anglo-Saxons had their superstitions, but this man was saying how the only thing that matters at the end is what's done for Christ, okay? All right, the paradox of these, next word, the riddles. Let's go over these before we read them tonight. I think you guys read them, I'm not exactly sure. Hopefully you guys did, but if not, we'll go over them in class. Bookworm, which is another anonymous Anglo-Saxon poem, okay? A moth devoured words. When I heard of that wonder, it struck me as a strange event, that a worm should swallow the song of some man, a thief gorge in the darkness on a great man's speech of distinction. The thievish stranger was not a whit the wiser for swallowing the words. If you guys look at this, at the questions, what is ironic about this riddle? Explain this riddle, okay? Well, let's give the context of this poem. So in addition to the Sefer, we talked about how the Sefer was an excerpt of the book called the Exeter Book. It's like a series of poems. So this poem was also included in one of them. And in a lot of those poems, we see a paradox, which is a truth expressed in the form of an apparent contradiction. So we see paradoxes, we see irony. In this bookworm poem, it's kind of hard to understand a little bit, okay? So if you guys look at it, a moth devoured words. When I heard of that wonder, it struck me as a strange event that a worm should swallow the song of some man, a thief gorge in the darkness on a great man's speech of distinction. When we think of bookworms, we think of someone who is diving into books. They love books. They actually read all the time. They're a bookworm, okay? Well, this worm, a literal worm, is eating these works of men. And it's ironic because he wasn't a whit the wiser. That's the irony of it, is he's eating something that is supposed to give you knowledge. It's supposed to give you, you're supposed to learn from books, and he's eating it, and he was not any wiser. So we can compare this to our lives. Is the bookworm, it describes the troublesome moth larva that consumes paper, okay? It's something as small as a bookworm that can devour works of a man's greatest thoughts and the mind. So how do we apply this riddle? How do we explain this riddle, okay? So as much as we think of men's writings, like there's obviously epics, there's obviously great works like Shakespeare, as highly as we think of them, they aren't always immortal. They're not always lasting forever. And we can see this also and apply this as Christians in the Bible, where all the things of this earth will pass away, but heaven and earth will pass away, but the only thing that lasts is Jesus Christ and the things of Jesus Christ. So basically, this poem is teaching us not to value the things that can easily fade away. It is kind of ironic. I told you it was a little difficult to understand, but that is the irony, and that's the riddle of this work, is that things as little that we may think of, like books, like people like books, bookworms like books, but something, if you compare it to your life, if something you value on this earth is not eternal, it will pass, okay? Hopefully that was a little clear. We'll talk about honeymead on Monday, but go ahead and take out your grammar books. We are going to review for our quiz on Tuesday, but I kind of wanted to go over some of the things with you guys so that you guys know what to expect on Tuesday, okay? We'll go over that more in depth on Monday. But go ahead and turn to page number 8. Exercise 17, okay? We're going to go over this exercise on Monday, but I just want you guys to know that this is almost like what you guys need to know on your quiz. You guys need to know subjects, verbs, and complements. That is direct objects, indirect objects, predicate nominatives, predicate adjectives, or the objective complements. And then we'll go over that. But that particular section in your grammar book is, or your grammar paper is section 2.22 to all the way until 2.27. So basically study those, and then like I said, we can go over those on Monday. So let's go ahead and turn back to our diagnostic test. We're going to go over that. Mr. Coral, can you make sure that pages 1 and pages 2 are completed, and then write down any of the names who have not completed it. So that should have been done yesterday, but we're going to go ahead and review it, okay? Number 1, except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it, okay? Look at your word, except. So it's kind of the beginning of a sentence, but it's not expressing anything like an interjective, but it is linking that phrase to they that labor in vain. So number 1 would be a conjunction, okay? Except is, so you can say, they labor in vain that build it. Think of it as like a comma, and. So they labor in vain that build the house, comma, except the Lord build the house. So basically it's saying, if the Lord doesn't build a house, they labor in vain that build it. So except is also a conjunction, okay? Number 2, the Lord, we know that as a noun. Number 3, it's referring to house, which is an adjective. Number 4, it's a pronoun because it's not a name of a noun, it's a pronoun. It takes the place of a noun. Number 5, a verb. Number 6, preposition, because it's part of that prepositional phrase. So in vain is your whole preposition, your prepositional phrase, and in is your preposition. Number 7, it's a pronoun because it's taking the place of they. So they that build it. Number 7 is also a pronoun, okay? Number 8, it's an adjective. That's also confusing. So number 7, it's a pronoun because it's taking the place of they or who built it. And then number 8, that man happy who has learned to forgive is the whole part of your phrase. So that is an adjective going back to count, or not adjective, I. All right, man, number 9 is a noun. 10 is happy, which is an adjective because that's going back to man. Number 11 is a pronoun, who. Number 12 is a verb. Number 13, through is a preposition. So through God is your prepositional phrase. Number 14 is valiantly. That's going back to shall do. How shall you do? Valiantly. Number 15 is a verb. Number 16, it's an adverb. And then number 17 is an adjective, okay? Phrases and clauses. Number 18 is for, it's an infinitive phrase. Number 19 is 3, gerund. Number 20 is number 5, independent clause. Number 21 is 2, participial phrases. Number 22 is number 1, according to thy righteousness, is a prepositional phrase. Number 23 is a noun clause. Number 6. Number 24 is number 7, an adjective clause. And then number 8 is, number 25 is number 8, which is an adverb clause, because then great riches is going back to be chosen. All right? Next page, number 2. Page number 2. Number 26 is 5. It's an incorrect use of a verb. The roll of tape is laying on the desk. You wouldn't say laying, it's lying on the desk, okay? Let's go over those in a second. I think what's more important is if we go over all of those, okay? Let's go back to, not kinds of sentence. I think it's kind of important, obviously, that I need to explain those to you, okay? Not locating the subject. Let's go over complements first, okay? 2.22, this is what, no, we'll go over that on Monday. Yeah, let's go over 2.22. Complements, okay? Many times a subject and a verb are sufficient to express a complete thought, okay? The mail must be delivered, the machine suddenly stopped, okay? A complement, 2.23, completes the meaning begun by the subject and verb. The following subject-verb combinations require a third part to complete the meaning. So Tony was who or what, Bill threw who or what, Anna always seems who or what. So whatever is completing those words, it would be your complement. So there are different types of complements, okay? The complements are the direct object, the indirect object, and the objective complement. Number 2.25, the direct object is substantive that reads the action of a verb or shows the result of the action. So direct objects go with action verbs. So look at that example. Jim hit the ball, okay? Jim hit who or what? Jim hit the ball. Ball would be your direct object. The next one, we dug a hole. We is your subject. Dug is your action verb. We dug who or what? We dug what? A hole, which hole would be your direct object. Remember, direct objects only go with action verbs, okay? Indirect object is a substantive, which is a noun or its equivalent, that tells to whom or for whom, or to what or for what. So a direct object does who or what, then the indirect object is to whom or for whom. Look at the example. The Sunday school superintendent gave Emily an award, okay? The Sunday school superintendent. Superintendent is your subject, gave is your action verb, and award is your direct object. Superintendent gave who or what? An award. So after you find your direct object, you would ask to whom or for whom to find your indirect object. And your indirect object is Emily, okay? Number 2.27, the objective complement is a noun or an adjective that is sometimes needed in addition to the direct object to complete the sense of the verb. If the objective complement is a noun or a noun equivalent, it will explain or rename the direct object. If the objective complement is an adjective, it will modify, which is describe, the direct object. The objective complement usually follows the direct object, okay? So the objective complement is basically explaining the direct object, or the predicate nominative. So in that example, we made Scott treasurer, okay? So the objective complement would be treasurer because it's explaining Scott, which is, the predicate nominative. So look at that example. The noun treasurer renames the direct object Scott. Notice that without the complement treasurer, the sense of the verb is incomplete. To say we made Scott, it is quite different from saying we made Scott to be treasurer. Note 1, you can usually identify an objective complement by inserting to be between the direct object and the word you think is the objective complement. So finding the objective complement, you can say we made Scott to be who or what? A treasurer. So treasurer would be your objective complement, okay? Okay, go ahead and go over for homework. I'm not going to assign any, for your homework, I was going to assign exercise 1 and 2. Let me see. Exercises 1 and 2 on page 3. That'll be pretty simple, okay? Make sure you guys do exercise 1 and 2 on page 3. It's you underline your verb, you underline your subject, and then you underline all the subjects, and then same thing with that. Draw 2 lines under each verb and 1 line under each subject, okay? I know today was a lot and a little confusing, but I'm going to walk over there and ask if you guys have any questions. And then for those of you who are on distance learning, please let me know if you have any questions. We will go over what's on our quiz on Tuesday. Make sure you guys have your notes for that, and then you guys are ready to learn. And then for vocab, write your words and your definitions 9 through 12 2 times, okay? That's pretty self-explanatory. And then your quiz for spelling and vocab, on vocab will be on, your quiz for vocab will be sometime on Friday the 18th, but I don't know if that's the first quiz. But I'll go over that and then send out an email for those of you on distance learning. But make sure you guys study your vocab. I don't think there's going to be a quiz on Tuesday because it's not in my lesson plans, but I'll make sure you guys have those before the quiz, obviously. All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, welcome to Algebra 2. We're going to go ahead and get started. We're in 1.2 on page 12. 1.2 on page 12, just going to go over a couple things very briefly, and then we're going to give you guys the rest of the time to get some practice in. Yesterday we talked about multiplying polynomials together. We talked about the FOIL method. We talked about the just process of just multiplying everything by everything, basically. And there are a couple shortcuts, though, that I want to mention very briefly. And so the first one is going to be conjugates. If you have the same thing, let's see here. All right, if you have the same numbers, but with different signs, there is a shortcut that you can take. And we call these conjugates because they're the same but complementary. And what's going to happen here is because this is going to give us what we call the difference of squares. And so what's going to end up happening, and I'm going to show you guys the long way first, we would end up with x squared plus 3x minus 9. And so as you can see, these will go away and leave us with simply x squared minus 9. This will happen anytime we have conjugates, and so we can always skip that middle step and go straight to the first thing squared minus the second thing squared. Again, that only works if you have the exact same thing on the insides of your parentheses with different signs. Okay? So I'm not going to go through and do the rest, but you have more examples there in the textbook. The other kind of special, or one of the other kinds of special cases is if we have a binomial squared. And so we take x minus 3 squared. Well, in that case, we're always going to get the same pattern. Again, I'm going to do it the long way just to illustrate the pattern, and then you guys can start taking the shortcut. So we have x squared. Let me see here. Essentially, this becomes x minus 3 times x minus 3. And so then we get negative 3x, and positive 9. And so you'll notice this is going to become x squared minus 6x plus 9. So we can always take the first thing plus 2 times the first times the second. Okay, the first is x, the second is negative 3, times 2 is negative 6. And that's exactly what we get here. And we get the last thing squared. And oftentimes you'll see this written as a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. This is a perfect squared trinomial. Okay, and so that's what's going to happen. You guys can always jump straight to that, but again, it's a shortcut. You'll notice the long way still works. Okay, and then finally, the last one is what happens with a binomial cubed. Okay, and so your book gives you the shortcut there, and let me get a new screen here. All right, so we have x plus 3 cubed which is going to equal x plus 3 times x plus 3 squared. Okay, and so I'm going to go ahead and use that shortcut in this demonstration. So we have x plus 3 times x squared plus 2 times the first times the last. 2 times the first would be 2x times the last is 3. So 2x times 3 is 6x. And then the last thing squared. Okay, now I can go through and multiply just like we did before. So x times x squared is x cubed. X times 6x is 6x squared. X times 9 is 9x. 3 times x squared is 3x squared. 3 times 6x is 18x. And 3 times 9 is 27. Okay? Then we can go down and combine like terms. Okay? And so I end up with x cubed plus 9x squared plus 27x plus 27, and just double checking because I kind of did that quickly in my head. Yep, that's correct. All right, so we end up with this pattern of what we can do is if we have two things cubed, okay, we're always going to get that pattern. And you know what, I'm actually going to just leave that there, but you get a cubed plus 3a squared b plus 3ab squared plus b cubed. And we always are going to get that format when we are cubing a binomial. So I want you guys to practice that. Your homework, or not your homework, your classwork, if you don't finish it, go and finish it as homework. But your classwork is to do practice, here, let me just write it out. We have practice 1.2 green numbers 25 through 58. Actually, no, I think I went back too far. Hold on. 29 through 58. Okay, so just the green problems there. Maybe word it like this. Okay, just the green problems there. This is classwork. If you don't get it done, go ahead and get it done tonight. And then instead of adding additional homework on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be coming down, or going to be working with people on getting new Google Classroom accounts set up. Google Classroom really did not like having the personal accounts for students, so I'm going through and fixing that today. So I'll be available for questions on that as well as your work today. All right, but basically just getting some practice with the shortcuts. You have the examples there in your textbook, and I'll see you guys later.